Hi, I'm Paul Polverino from Exalta Australia, and I'm the National Training Manager. We've got some modules taking place over at the TAFE, at Kangan TAFE, for vehicle refinishing. So what's been happening is day one was, of course, the introduction to for the apprentices to get the lay of the land and get used to where all the materials were. And the first modules were basically preparing a brand new panel off a car and applying a nice white pearl colour over the top, and that's what we call a three-stage colour. So what they had to do first was actually apply a primer, and then a white ground coat, then a nice glittery pearl coat, and then apply a matte clear. So that's something in the industry now for vehicle refinishing that's quite popular. You see all these nice matte finishes running around. So I had to apply a matte finish to that first panel, and not only did they have to apply it, but they had to pick the right level of matte. So there are many variances in the matte levels. So that was their first project. Then they were given another brand new panel that had been repainted already, and we kindly scratched that panel for them. So they had to go and repair that scratch and do a seamless repair in the front of that mudguard. So that was their second task. And pretty much that was almost day one of their session. Day two is a little bit more strenuous. So they were given a brand new door, and again, kindly, we put some nasty dents in that door. So the first thing they had to do was repair those dents. Again, invisible dents on that door, and then apply a primer and a filler to fill up those areas. Then what they have to do is colour that door inside and out, and get it dried in our baking ovens that we've got at the TAFE, at Kangan TAFE. And then comes the fun bit. So what the competitors have is a design that we've laid out for them. It's actually a stencil design of two parts. So what they'll do, they'll sand the first lot of clear coat they've applied on the door, and essentially they'll put a stripe at the bottom of the door, and then they'll apply the first stencil, apply the first colour, dry the first colour, and then have to apply a second stencil with some light shading over the top of the design. So not only do they have to get the shape of the design right, but the right amount of shading on the example that they've given, and they'll be marked on, of course, the cleanliness, the how sharp the lines are. The design has to sit exactly in the right measured area on the panel, and so there's a fair bit to do on day two. So it's a big effort, and but all the competitors seem to be coping pretty well with the tasks they've been given. They should have that panel designed and complete by the end of day two. Day three, we'll see them apply a sticker and decal underneath the logo that they've painted, and also maybe a little bit of polishing and denibbing any dirt. It's unfortunate that you get dirt in those areas, so they'll do a little bit of buffing and polishing to fix those areas up. So that's all part of the program. And they'll also need to do some colour matching. So they'll be given two colours to colour match, and a set amount of time for that part of the session. And then they'll have a small masking program on a vehicle that they'll be given. So that's another task. That'll be the final task on the day, is to mask up a vehicle and finish that off. And then, of course, along the way, they're watched closely on how they use their PPE, their safety wear, the attitude, the way they go about their tasks, the respect they give to all the other competitors and the judges, of course, and hopefully at the end of it, they've had a great time, and they've had a wonderful experience.
use the 1K undercoat to go. Maybe we're getting another tin of these.
Going to go off. When it goes off, it's going to go off. Is there any more? Sorry? Oh, okay.
This was the black and white. need to have your gloves on when you're doing your mask layout.
Getting excited. This is an exciting time. Yes. But, I mean, the next regionals probably aren't until towards the end of next year, I suppose. After, so.
There's a bit of paint on there.
That's clever, eh?
Hello, my name is Benjamin Barrow. I'm the Chief Judge of the Retail Butchery competition, and my role outside of WorldSkills Australia is the head teacher of the Meat and Allied Trade section at TAFE New South Wales, based in Sydney at Granville. And this year at the competition, we'll be seeing 6 of the best young butchers going head-to-head over 3 days, competing in all aspects what makes a retail butcher a fine person to be part of the community. Okay, in this year's national competition, we'll be working across the 3 days focused on specific areas that makes a retail butcher top of their game. So looking at breaking down carcass, in trimming, preparing, value adding, and all about the customer experience. And with those lines is the cooking aspect. Producing products that are going to be available for customers to purchase back in their retail outlets. With technology in our industry, we are very lucky that we have our simple tools of trade, which relate to our knives, which without a sharp knife you won't be successful. But there is a lot of new technology in virtual reality in training, but there is also new technology in robotics in the processing sector. This year, with our sustainability aspect, we'll be focused on less printing. This year's competition is focused on new technology with the introduction of a combi steam cooker. Together with our tools of trade, the industry is changing quite a lot, particularly in the processing sector, looking at automated robotics. But in the retail shops, it comes down to the individual and their tools of trade. And part of this year's competition is a skills challenge with a knife sharpening component on day 1. In this year's national competition, we're very focused on sustainability and also looking at what is happening in our industry, from the recycling of fat and bone waste through to the reduction of paper. And we're going to be at this year's competition donating the meat products that's produced. Further in industry, there is a lot of work happening in the processing sector regarding biosecurity, but biohubs and regeneration of land. Our industry is quite unique. When we look at the products that are made through to the techniques that's used, but the relationship that is paramount between the farmer, the butcher and the consumer. We're very fortunate through recent times that the retail butcher has become very popular in the community, focused on providing meals suitable for parties, suitable for week to week and day to day. Apprenticeships in retail butchery are 3 years, with in New South Wales 2.5 years at TAFE and the rest on the job. And there are traineeships available as well if you'd like to be in a Certificate 2 program. Now, if you're interested in gaining an apprenticeship, I would thoroughly suggest talking directly with business owners, looking on the social media channels, looking on Seek, but mainly going in and having some experience as well, where if you can gain some experience, whether it's through a school-based program or whether it's through just working part-time, I thoroughly recommend using that as a step into the career. And if you provide that work ethic, I'm sure you'll be suitable to go into an apprenticeship pathway. Now, for myself, the apprenticeship pathway gained me an excellent intake into the career that I have today, from working in excellent retail stores through to management and now into leading a TAFE team. I'm very proud of where my career has taken me, but also as the Chief Judge of Retail Butchery, I thoroughly recommend this as a career choice. And while the Retail Butchery qualification is a Certificate 3, there is further study that can be had as well through business degrees and also through meat safety and down the meat processing line if that is suitable. But there's many avenues to take, but looking at this year's competition, there will be a lot of interest around our 3 days with a knife sharpening skills challenge on day 1. Day 2, there'll be a break-up full quarter of beef skills challenge. And on day 3, there'll be a very exciting sausage speed test, So I wish all competitors an excellent competition, and I'll be looking forward to seeing their success as they move forward. At the close of day one, the retail butchery competitors will be doing a knife sharpening skills test, honing in on the skills that are required to sharpen a blade suitable for breaking, slicing, trimming, and making sure that you get maximum yield from your product. So each competitor will be sharpening a blade which they have been using throughout the day. They cannot submit a new knife for the testing. It must be a knife that's been used throughout the competition to date. In that process, each competitor will be working on a silicon carbide stone and sharpening their blade with the correct bevel edge, ensuring that it's going to be equal sharp on both sides, and particularly from the heel to the tip of the blade. Once they're sharpened and ready to be assessed, we'll put them through a digital knife analyzer, which will give us an accurate description of how that knife is from the tip to the heel, and the winner of that will be recognised with a Victorinox knife as a prize. On day two, our competitors will be, after they finish their lamb products, they'll be going on to a 4/4 of beef break-up skills challenge. In this challenge, each competitor will be given a 4/4 of beef with set break-up procedures. So one, understanding where the cutting lines are, but two, doing it efficiently so we ensure that we're going to maximise the yield, but also to demonstrate that we can follow instructions. The break-up can be very challenging, particularly with the size of the carcass, the weight of the carcass, and your tools of trade, depending on how sharp your tools are and your accuracy to removing bones and finding those correct cutting lines. This skills challenge is vital when it comes to maximising the yield for the customer, but also for the retail business. Incorrect cutting lines can cost businesses a lot of money, and this is why this has been incorporated into this competition. The demonstration that you're going to see is something that is quite a spectacle. Seeing these 6 young competitors from around Australia demonstrate their knife skills and also their strength, but most importantly technique. So this will be a very, very interesting skills challenge. On day 3, we will be processing the rest of that beef that those competitors worked on, and their competition is going to finish with a sausage speed test, demonstrating their natural ability to producing and linking sausages, not only being judged on time, but also being judged on their weight and their length and their speed. So it's going to be very, very exciting, and we're aiming to get under a minute for the top mark in this aspect. So very exciting. On day 2, Meat and Livestock Australia has supported the 4/4 breakup and have a beautiful Butcher's Guild knife wrap, which is a beautiful leather knife wrap, included with a set of knives for the winner. And day 3, Devro sausage skins have supplied a prize for day 3 for the fastest sausage maker. You're back again.
How's the day going?
We need more people.
Is that where our whole cow's going to be hanging? Very quick. That's the day going good. Yeah, pretty good so far. We're getting into it now.
Yeah, they are. They're going well. Most of them will be beautiful. We're going to stop and start before we rearrange it.
She plays it from Goldwood.
Football?
Right, okay. No, I'm in school. It's actually a role. My little city. I know it's one. he's leading the boys.
It's a bit cramped for that.
Welcome everyone. This is welcome everyone. This is going to be the retail butchery break-up challenge. So breaking these beautiful 4 quarters of beef in no particular order. We have got and make a lot of noise for Preston Merritt from Queensland. Zane Cunico, New South Wales. Mitch Haynes, Queensland. Jess Bartles, Tasmania. Cody Gressa, Victoria. And Nicholas Topolitis, New South Wales. burgers out of it. Very, very soft cut. Now the task now they're going to do is take the blade off and the arm bone. So that's their next task, and then we're going to announce the winner. Right, steel? Yeah, it's on the second page. First of all, guys, a round of applause for these excellent butchers. Now, this category was kindly sponsored by Meat Livestock Australia, and we have Doug Piper here today to present the award. So, thank you, Doug. Excellent job by all, but can only be one winner. So, without further ado, congratulations, Tasmania!
Andrew Evans. I'm a TAFE teacher up at Cairns for TAFE Queensland. Overview of the competition is it's a regional national, and then international competition aimed at promoting the skills and the development of apprentices as they go. It's not only based on skills, but it's also based on attitude and abilities and problem-solving skills. It's the excellent of the excellent here in Australia, so we're pretty lucky to be having these guys competing. We've got a number of competitors that are going to be from all over Australia, so a bit of pressure on them, but they'll be good. Interesting things about this competition, using some brand new technology, B-press on the copper. Things like Repiano for the drainage, which is what they call an acoustic drainage, which means it doesn't have to be lagged. So for multi-level buildings, it is ideal. It saves a lot of time and a lot of extra materials, so it makes it sustainable. Which is very, very good. Unique about the industry, I mean, something that I've always talked about with our apprentices is that we are protecting the health of the nation by keeping the clean water and the dirty water separate, basically. It is quite a skill to be able to do that. What does an apprenticeship look like? 4 years. You've got to develop your skills as you go. One of the mantras I give to our apprentices is to learn a new thing every day. Try and learn something new every day. We have a lot of stuff to go through over the 4 years, and try and learn something every day. Try and master something every day. How do you go about getting into an apprenticeship? Well, look, I can only talk about myself, and I knocked on doors, and that's when someone's looking for a guy and someone comes and knocks on the door, they're pretty keen. You know, it's the only way to sort of get ahead. Where can this take you? Many places. I've personally worked overseas in a number of different countries. I worked in Fiji for 3 months, and that was quite interesting. Worked in Malaysia for about a month on a multi-storey building, and that was fantastic. Just quite an amazing experience. Worked in Canada, and that was very, very interesting. That was for free. It was just a bit of an experience thing, but absolutely fantastic. You know, we've got the Cert 4. So once you finish the Cert 3, you've got the Cert 4. You can lead into being a hydraulic consultant, which is only another 5 subjects further on the hydraulics plane. You could become a plumbing inspector or a teacher. Or a number of different areas. So plenty of places, plenty of areas to go. And of course, you complete the Cert 4, you can run your own business and lead that to wherever you like. I did my first WorldSkills Nationals. I've run a number of regionals over the years, but the first time here, and what an amazing event. Every time I turn the corner, there's something new to look at or something new to learn. So really enjoying the experience, networking from all over Australia with equally minded, equally skilled teachers and trainers, just fantastic. And the backing of our suppliers has been awesome with Reese and many other suppliers coming forward, so that has been awesome. Really quite an experience, and a good experience for me. I can only imagine what it's going to be for the students, but looking forward to seeing them very shortly and watching them go through their paces.
calculator? Conrad? Conrad.
you wanna whack it on?
Oh, I haven't got it in my bag, so
I'll give you a, yeah, I'll give you a, I've only got a big one.
a big large.
Or maybe.
I don't pay good money. See me through.
Hi, I'm Jared Denning. I'm the Chief Judge for the Plastering and Drywall Applications category at WorldSkills. My job role outside of WorldSkills is the TAFE lecturer for TAFE SA. So over the course of the competition, you're going to see the competitors frame up their walls, working off a platform, then they'll be sheeting, doing their beadwork, and setting all their plasterboard joints, and then doing some cornice to finish off the tops. New to the industry is working on site using tablets instead of site plans to look over the drawings. Also, our supervisors have to be able to use AutoCAD now to look over. So in the industry, we've got to cover a broad range of different areas. We've got to cover steel framing, the sheeting side, we've got the setting or stopping, we have cornices, and then we've got mould work as well. To get into the trade, most apprentices go through the Cert 2 program or try trade through the schools. Most apprentices that come through and do their Cert 3, they come through the try trade or they do their Cert 2, and then they start up, they find an employer. The pathway after you complete your apprenticeship could be going through and doing your supervisor's license or your builder's license, and then you could start up your own company. Another thing you could be is site manager or a site supervisor for the bigger companies. As a previous competitor in plastering and drywall applications, I've pretty much travelled the world, from winning the gold at the national competition in 2012. I was fortunate enough to get a scholarship through the BBM and travelled over to the international competition in Germany to be support for the competitors. Once I finished that, I went back to the UK and done some work experience with a commercial company over there. When returning to Australia, I worked on the tools for another 2 years, and then I got contacted from ACVET, which is in the UAE. I decided to take a role with ACVET as a mentor or trainer for a competitor for the international competition in 2017 that was held in Abu Dhabi. And once I finished up the training there, I came back to Australia and was fortunate enough to get a job with TAFE SA as the lecturer.
G'day, my name's James Munro. I'm the Deputy Chief Judge at this year's WorldSkills competition for wall and ceiling lining. I'm a lecturer from Western Australia, Rockingham, for wall and ceilings, which I have been a part of for the last 3 years. The competition this week is going to be consisting of around 8 competitors, all completing a common project, which will test their skills and ability in aspects of the trade. We're going to be looking at their ability to set out and frame freestanding, which is pretty challenging in the setting that we have out there, as well as the basics, which includes like your basic plasterboard installation and finishes. Within our industry, over the past sort of 20 years, some advances I say would be we've gone more from just whacking plaster on the wall to sort of internal framing and external framing, which has a massive crossover into carpentry, which I find really interesting, and I don't think a lot of the young people looking at getting into apprenticeships are aware of that side of it, as well as the sustainability that we are seeing coming through the building industry. Is a lot more emphasis on estimation skills, so really good estimators are sought after, which is another pathway from a trade like ours where we have a good understanding and grasp on the construction industry from a start to finish point of view. If you were interested in an apprenticeship in wall and ceiling lining, you'd be looking at about 3 to 4 years of training, which involves, in WA we have 6 weeks at TAFE per year on a 1-week block basis, where you come into TAFE and you learn the units of competency and gain the skills that you need to get your trade certificate. If you were interested in something like that, you would approach a local company or our association. In WA we have the AWCI, or someone like your careers pathway within your school or careers centre would be a good way to go about it. At the moment the industry has massive opportunities, and a lot of work is going on in all the states and territories. So it would be a really good opportunity to get into it now. Pathways and opportunities that this trade can provide you with. My personal experience is that, from an apprenticeship through to working for myself, having my own business for a number of years, on to general managing building sites, foreman, supervising, maintenance. I've had all these opportunities come my way, and then moved into a lecturing role, as well as having good trade background is always a very a strong thing to have on the resume going into any other sort of job position as well, for your work ethic and the ability to be able to know how things work and practically work things out.
must have been a little bit with that other stuff. I don't know how long that's been kicking around for. It's like yeah. Some of the new technology in our industry for manufacturing engineering is we range from Cert 2 to Cert 4 into our diplomas, but we've introduced computer-aided design where we do a 3D model and then we put it into a flat piece of plate and it'll cut with a CNC laser, plasma or water cutter. And then we form it with our CNC machinery. So that's some of the new technology that we're seeing. We're also looking at advanced welders, even to the same as the Lincoln welder, where we've got a robot on display at the WorldSkills event. What is unique about some of our industries compared to others is we're in many different fields. So for sheet metal example, we're in the food industry with all your stainless steel, and we're in the whiskey, the breweries, with all that stainless steel copper finishes, handrails, toolboxes. We're in the aquaculture, mining, with all the light fabrications. A little bit on construction steel. It's quite a different trade where it's working with the heavier materials, looking at building bridges, construction, skyscrapers. It's also into your heavy underground mining, above ground mining, where they are putting the machines together. For sheet metal, it's generally through either Cert 2, where we're starting our VETIS, engineering pathways, or in metals, where they will learn the basic skills with welding, oxy, fabricating, and then we'll go into a Cert 3, where that's an apprenticeship. That'll be a 4-year apprenticeship, and that's where our 3rd and 4th years will then have the opportunity to compete in regional competitions, and if lucky enough to be the winner or the skills, they'll go into the national competition. I was a past competitor back in 2003 where I won the Tasmanian regional competition in sheet metal. I then went to compete in Brisbane in 2004 where I was lucky enough to get away with a bronze medal. Since then I focused on my career where I did some extra study at TASTAFE through engineering and training assessment. But back in 2016 I became a mentor and then a judge at the national competition in 2018 in Sydney. Just to talk about another skill that's quite close to us is the construction steel. Today, over the last 3 days, they've been challenged with a skill cut-off test where they do an oxy cut and plasma cuts to a certain size and standard. They do an oil tank where they'll do some leak tests with water, and they really focus on the detail of the welds, the precision cutting, and the quality of the overall project. My friend Michael Schnackenberg is the chief judge, where he also competed in the same competition, and we've remained friends. I wish all the competitors the best of luck and welcome to the WorldSkills family.
My name is Guy Brooks. I'm the Deputy Chief Judge of Welding. I represented Australia at the international competition in London in 2011, where I won a silver medal. Outside of WorldSkills, I'm the training manager at Weld Australia. Over the duration of the next 3 days, competitors will complete various welding coupons welded in position, a pressure vessel utilising all welding processes, and finally a stainless steel and aluminium project with the TIG welding process. All welds are marked for conformance, and the pressure vessel is filled with water and pumped up to 1000 psi to check if they've created an expensive water sprinkler or a pressure vessel. Spectators can expect to see flying sparks and the warm glow of the welding arc behind the protection of welding screens. This year, Lincoln Electric has supplied all of the welding machines and consumables, giving competitors access to the latest welding power source inverter technology, allowing them to fully customise the characteristics of the welding arc. In line with WorldSkills Australia's sustainability initiatives, these power sources have excellent energy efficiency compared to traditional welders. You will also see virtual and augmented reality welding machines you can try around our section. This technology is being implemented at TAFEs, RTOs, and even in industry to help train the next generation of welders. Utilising this technology not only speeds up the training process, but also reduces the environmental impact through a reduction in material, consumable, and power consumption. Most of the competitors will complete a Certificate 3 in Engineering Fabrication apprenticeship. A host employer will sign them up, and they'll attend TAFE or another RTO once a week for 3 years. Currently, there's a skills shortage of qualified tradespeople and welders in Australia. Defence contracts and renewable energy projects such as offshore wind turbines will ensure anyone seeking a career in the industry a lifetime of career opportunities. There are many career pathways a qualified tradesperson can follow, including fly-in, fly-out jobs, project management, and more welding-specific specialisations such as welding inspection, supervision, or welding engineering. Local fabrication workshops are looking for apprentices, so do your research and start putting in those resumes. There are also group training companies that can help put you in touch with employers. A career in welding has great earning potential and many job opportunities, so get out there and apply today.
This is going to be the judge's demonstration. Purdy going in for the back three. Very sneaky. See the line? judge.
Yeah.
You want to measure or just gut quality?
Measured, butt quality closest to the mark.
Right, so what's it meant to be?
Under an 80.
180.
180 OD.
In two spots?
Yep. I think 73.
There's Paul Honeyman's. Spot one, no. Oh! Sorry. Place two, no. What's our ID?
73.
No. Oh no! Boys, what are you doing to me?
You can ride on that.
What's our tolerance?
Plus or minus 5 millimeters.
No. Still screaming hot, isn't it? It's hot enough, it's hot enough. It might shrink back in a position when it comes down. Oh.
We haven't knocked any drops off.
No, I know, but I've got to judge it to the criteria, so that'll be a 2.
Better than a 1.
It is better than
so
a 1.
No, 2.
No, 2.
Yeah.
What size is meant to be? 180. Right. No. And 73?
Yeah.
What's your tolerance on that?
73.
That's a no. Definitely a no. I'll put that as a 2.
Tight.
Oh, give me, well, you better rejudge that one then.
All right. Yeah. On here, mate. On there, mate. That's it.
What number are you, mate?
I'll take 10% off you.
He's got a bob on his job, Johnny. What's that mean? I don't know. Don't set target up. That's the way the other one gets full air on his boat. Put him on. So we'll load it.
That one's all over the place. Bottom leg there. No for that one? Yeah, that's Spatter. The next one's flatter than spatter. Yep. Half a mil. Half a mil? Yes, the one cut welding no greater than half a mil. It's rough, huh?
stickers. So what we've got here, we've got a stick welding. Now, if you have a look, I feel that the ones before it were marked.
I think that's all right. Alright. Yep. Try out for the thing. So that's only in that bottom part, isn't it?
Yeah, up here.
My name's Jordan Walworth. I'm one of the judges in the refrigeration air conditioning category. My role outside of WorldSkills is I'm a service technician for Woolworths supermarkets. Overview of the competition, we've got a main project with 2 fault finds in refrigeration and 2 fault finds in electrical. The main project is a small concept cool room that you have to build over 3 days. What we're looking for, which is deemed excellence for the skill, we're looking for quality in the production of the actual cool room in regards to pipe work and specs that we've given them. This year's project that may be deemed interesting, we've never actually built a cool room from the ground up. Most of the stuff's been built onto a wall, so that's a new one for the Nationals. New technology within the industry, we're actually transitioning a lot of our refrigeration from Freon into environmentally sustainable refrigerant. Stuff like CO2 plant, ammonia plants. New sustainability initiatives, we're moving from, as previously said, the Freon to CO2. It's a big thing within the Woolworths supermarkets as well, as it's an energy efficiency as well. What's unique about our industry? It's actually a combination of plumbing, electrical and refrigeration, so there's actually 3 aspects to it. Apprenticeship and traineeship. It's a 4-year apprenticeship, 3 years on the tools, 4 years in total. How do you go about getting an apprenticeship? You can speak to some of our judges on the day, or you can go through a couple of the Victoria TAFE's websites. Pathways for the trade. You've got several industries. You've got marine refrigeration, you've got commercial refrigeration, you've got supermarket refrigeration, you've also got the air conditioning industry.
Have you learned during WorldSkills? And you might start that with, you know, I've learned a bunch of new skills at WorldSkills, including.
So yeah, I've learned a whole heap of new skills.
Why do you think it's important to retain trade skills?
I believe it's important to retain trade skills in Australia and across the world because we're pretty honoured, pretty proud of our country and everything else down. I'd love the opportunity to go and do so. See how we go.
Perfect. Thank you. As much as you can at least anyway. No worries. And do you like get to choose like drop saws and stuff like that? Or they provide you?
You can provide your own, or you can get some supply, but if you want it, you want it.
Because I've just noticed like some use Senko, some Nintendo, some AEG. It depends on what.
Depend on the sponsorship. I know in Perth we are 30 so our top was 70, but
yeah. Getting it out will be fun again. Standing here.
oh, I'll ask the rep when he's back. We'll sell it for a discount.
That's good. Alright, thank you. See you again tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks, sweet. Speak to them. That's the first stepping stone to get into WorldSkills is taking New South Wales and the state. just make sure. I've got some here.
Never stood aside. I was always
morning, everyone. There will be a pressure test in the welding area in about 15 minutes. So at 10 o'clock, if you want to make your way to the welding area, you will see a pressure test. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. There will be a pressure test in the welding area in about 15 minutes. So at 10 o'clock, if you want to make your way to the welding.
Hi, I'm Donna. I'm the Chief Judge for Fashion Technology at the Australian National Championships for WorldSkills, and I'm here with Courtney, who can introduce herself.
Hi, I'm Courtney. I'm one of the judges for Fashion Technology at the National Championships, and I work in the industry as an industry professional for Opera Australia.
And I'm going to ask Courtney to tell us what she did a couple of years ago through WorldSkills International.
So I was a past competitor at WorldSkills International. I studied fashion technology and then competed in the fashion technology category. I competed regionally and then nationally, and then made the international team where I travelled overseas to Russia to compete in this category.
Which was fantastic. And just to tell you a little bit about what's happening in the National Championships for Fashion, we've got our 3-day competition running with 3 modules. The first module is a design module, which involves the competitors designing a dress. So there's some criteria they need to work around regarding some design elements, and then they'll design the dress, draw that dress into a nice trade sketch so it can be developed into patterns and made up. The second module is the pattern making module, where they develop patterns for the dress that they've designed. They spend some time usually working in paper, and then often that gets transferred to cardboard to have a final finished pattern that should go together beautifully with all the nice labelling and all the lovely flow through for the pattern pieces. And then they'll take the pattern and they'll lay it up on their fabric, which is a nice blue cotton sateen this year, and they'll cut the pattern out after they've marked it up and there's lots of criteria for marking as well for their pattern. So they need to have the grain lines really straight and the cutting really neat, and all the information for putting the garment together that's on the pattern needs to get transferred to the fabric. So then once they finish transferring all that information, they can then cut the fabric. And once the fabric is cut, they can prepare the pieces for construction. And that usually involves some preparation for fusing to stabilise some of the pieces, and then working out which pieces go together with which pieces. There's also lining to be cut, so they prepare lining as well. And then once that's all finished and all the pieces are prepared, they can begin the construction process of the dress, which will be sometime, during the second day of competition, they'll have their dress construction happening, and then they'll spend the remainder of the competition time constructing the dress with all the really lovely finishes, and hopefully at the end of the competition we have 8 beautifully finished dresses.
And this year it's quite interesting because every year it's always very different in what designs the competitors always produce for us, and the 8 competitors that we have this year have so far produced some fairly interesting designs that we're all very keen to see come to life when they sew them up together. It's also fairly interesting because we get new technology that's involved all the time each year between different year groups that come through, and this year we've got some industrial sewing machines that are all digitised, so they'll be getting the chance to use those digitised machines, where some of them may not always have the opportunity to use those at their TAFEs all the time, but they get to use them internationally, nationally now, and get the experience with them in this setting.
Yeah, and they're commonly used in industry as well, those machines. So they've got computerised functions which cuts the threads automatically for you, and it can do automatic reversing and back tacking and all those sorts of techniques. So that's very common to have those sort of things used in industry. And just to talk a little bit about what we do in our jobs, because Courtney and I both work in the industry. I do made-to-measure bespoke clothing, which is always interesting and never the same thing twice, which I've done for a number of years. And Courtney, tell us what you do.
So I work for the Opera for Australia, and I work in predominantly costume manufacturing. So I sew as a profession full-time, but I work majoritarily with historical costume. So it's fairly similar skills training from fashion technology where I started out, but it's different in that I get to work with garments that are not traditionally worn day to day, but are quite cool to be working on in that kind of a setting. So
the fun thing with that too is really interesting fabrics. So Courtney and I both get to work with really nice fabrics in our jobs, which is great. And we have a lot of satisfaction out of doing that. The industry really does have a lot of different fields that people can specialise in. So I'm predominantly a machinist, but I do a lot of design and pattern cutting as well. There are people who just work exclusively in one part of that industry. So they might just do pattern cutting, they might just do garment cutting, they might just do machinist work. And if you specialise, you can normally develop really, really good skills, but it's very hard to be in the industry without having some knowledge of all the different skills. So pattern cutters have to have some good information, have to learn some good skills about how to put garments together, so in order for them to be able to produce really good patterns. And also machinists need to have a bit of an idea about pattern cutting and garment cutting so that they can do their job well. So it's the sort of skill that you can specialise in, or the industry that you can specialise in certain skills, but it really, really helps, and it's important to have a proper understanding of all the different areas of the industry that you can work in, because we often say that designers who don't know how to pattern cut and sew aren't really very good designers. So it's all lovely to design beautiful garments, but to actually be able to produce them is the next step, and that's where the skills really, really come into it all.
Yeah, I think that's something that's quite unique in our industry, is that there are so many different avenues that people can go down when they study fashion technology. As Donna was saying, you can become a pattern maker, you can become a sewer, like manufacturing-wise, you can go into designing solely, but there are also other branches off of fashion where you can go into fast fashion, or you can go into couture, or you can go into costume manufacturing, which is still clothing as well. There are various avenues of that you can go down, and often it takes sometimes different forms of training to go down those different avenues. So many people in our industry study at different TAFEs or other colleges and things like that, and then when they go out into the industry they get one-on-one training experience experience with their employers a lot of the time, and that's the experience that they learn on the job. Because we don't necessarily have apprenticeships or traineeships in our industry. We have a lot of internships some of the time when you go out in your first year after study, or even during your last year of study. Sometimes they do work placements as well. Those work placements are really key into getting an idea for the students as to whether or not they want to stay in that particular area of fashion technology, or if they want to branch out and specialise in something else like we were mentioning before. So usually they go out into their first year and they find an employer that they're really happy learning from, and they can learn different skills, whether it's more couture style skills or other specialised skills in terms of sewing or pattern making, things like that they can learn, and they often find a mentor that they can learn those skills from and branch that job out into other areas as well.
Yeah, apprenticeships really aren't common for fashion people. If you're studying fashion, it's almost impossible to get an apprenticeship. They don't really exist, which is unusual for a trade. Most trades have apprenticeships, but fashion, sometimes in tailoring or some really niche parts of industry has apprenticeships. But generally, you do your study at your college, TAFE college, or some other college that provides fashion training. And then, as Courtney said, you can do internships and head into work. But it's really a lifelong learning skill. I've been in the industry for over 30 years and find great joy actually in still learning new things. There's always something new to learn. Definitely fabrics and finishes and machines develop, so things change within the industry, of course, over time, so it's always important to keep up with what's new. But also there are people all over the world, especially through WorldSkills, I've had a chance to meet a lot of them who have sometimes quite different skills or different methods for doing certain things. So it's one of the things I really love about my job is that I can always learn a new way to do something, or I can always learn an improved way to develop a finish or a particular design detail. And I love that I never have to keep doing the same thing over and over. I love that my skills continue to develop. I'm way more skilled now than I was before, and Courtney's skills continue to grow and improve with her job all the time as well. And I think we could probably both say, because I was a WorldSkills competitor a long time ago as well, we could both say that WorldSkills has given us a really amazing opportunity to learn and to develop our skills to a really high standard, because the colleges have relatively short courses. Over time, the courses have been constantly changing, but the study that you do is really just a basis for you to then go out to work and to continue to learn. When you finish your college course, you're by no means proficient in your craft. You're capable, but there's a lot of years ahead to really hone the craft and to become really, really capable and confident in your skills, I think.
Yeah, so as Donna was saying, we all have different experiences. Like for myself, I started out studying fashion technology at TAFE, and through the 2 years of that, I was a competitor at WorldSkills, and I think that the experience of WorldSkills really benefited my extra training along the way, because I learnt skills that really assisted me in the future in my job, such as like speed sewing and working under specific time limits, learning faster methods, but also very, very good methods for pattern making and sewing that have benefited me in the long term in terms of job opportunities, where I've had many people say to me that my methods are sometimes easier and I can then pass those on to other people, and I hope that I can keep doing that in the future as well. So while I've only had limited experience compared to some people in the industry like Donna, WorldSkills has really benefited me in the long term in terms of my training and benefiting me in terms of career opportunities in the future. So, yeah.
So I'm going to ask Courtney, what's her favourite thing about her job?
The people that I meet along the way are always very interesting people. I have a very, very great work team at the moment where I work, and I must say that there's not a day that goes by where I don't learn something new from someone else that's in my workroom. We all have different skills. We've all come from different areas in life and in different training opportunities. I don't think any of us within my workplace have actually trained at the same location. We've all trained at different locations and come from different backgrounds with different skills and brought all of those skills together. And whilst I work in costume nowadays, all of us have fashion backgrounds that have come together to build the skills that we all have as a team today. And it's enjoyable going to work every single day. I really like that. So yeah. And I'd like to ask Donna what the most interesting thing about her job is.
I think the most interesting thing about my job is I really do love the craft. So I really do love the process of the design development, the pattern development. Each part of the process is really interesting in its own way, and love pattern cutting, of course. And I'm probably I'm more of a specialist machinist, so I really love being at the machine and getting. I think one of the things I really love is getting really, really good finishes on things. So it's really nice to be able to have, over all the years, developed really good skills to be able to create things that are in my mind for a little while, and then they're developed onto paper and onto pattern board, and then they come into the fabric, and then by the end of it I really like looking at the finished product and knowing that the skills I have created that from start to finish. It's very satisfying. Yeah.
And what would you say is the most interesting project that you have ever worked on throughout your very long career that's many more years than I have myself?
That would be hard. That would be hard to say. Actually, I've done some pretty crazy jobs over all the years. I think when you've got sewing skills there and pattern skills and things, they're quite adaptable. So sometimes you find yourself doing jobs you never imagined that you would do. I've done some costuming work, and I've done a lot of really special occasion sort of garment construction, which is really enjoyable. I think the most fun thing for me, or the most satisfying thing perhaps, is working with. I do get to work with some really incredibly beautiful fabrics sometimes. So I think if you're a real fashion person, you really have a thing for beautiful fabric, and I have a thing for beautiful fabric. So I love working with really interesting, beautiful fabrics that have great textures or great fibre content and all that kind of thing. And actually, we're going to talk a little bit about that, the fibre content stuff, at our competition this year. We've got some, as a bit of a process for sustainability, we've got some lining that's a bamboo fibre content mixed with nylon, which is interesting because that's a bit of a new development in that space. We don't usually have natural fibre in any of the lining fabrics. It's not very common, so it's been interesting to see that that's become available. Bamboo's a much more sustainable fibre to be using, and it's much less harmful for the environment to be producing bamboo crop. So that's been really interesting to use. And another thing that we've sort of put in place this time around for our national competition is some fabric recycling. So textiles can be recycled in some circumstances. So all the fabric scraps from our competition are being collected and taken to a textile recycler, which is really good. That's a new thing for us. We haven't had that happen before. So that's going to be good to not have as much waste created, or the waste that is created can then be repurposed, which is really, really good.
So to talk a little bit about my regional competition journey, which is the competition that these competitors would have done prior to coming to the Nationals, I did my competition at my local TAFE where I studied fashion technology. We were given 2 different modules where we had to pattern make a pair of shorts, and then we had to sew up a skirt design, which included a zipper and pocket design as well. The competitors this time round would have had similar projects. They probably would have varied a little bit in the last 2 years, would you say, Donna?
Yeah, there's a little bit of change with the regional competition each cycle. So the regional competition runs every 2 years, and that happens in regions around the country as the TAFE colleges and other providers can start to run regional competitions. And there's usually students that are involved with that. They do the project over just a one-day event, and then it's assessed and marked, and they're awarded medals. And then it's the gold medal winners usually, but occasionally silver medalists as well, that have an opportunity then to progress to the national competition, which Courtney did a few years back in Sydney.
Yeah. So I competed in my regional competition back in 2017, where I was awarded a silver medal at the time. I was quite fortunate though, in that they decided to send both the gold and silver medalist through to the national competition, where I got to compete. The regional competition was pretty cool, pretty straightforward in terms of design, so I felt very confident going into that, and I felt very confident that I understood what they were looking for in terms of the marking scheme. So when I made it through to nationals, we had a lot more training involved between regionals and national competition, because I knew the standard was going to be a lot higher when we got to nationals, which it was. And the competition itself, the actual project, was a lot more complicated too. We had to we were involved in a sketching, a draping, a pattern making and a sewing project, all of which contributed to our final mark. And we weren't 100% sure exactly what all of the final marks would be, because those kinds of details are hidden. We get given a brief outline of what the judges are looking for. So we've got to try and account for everything that we can think of that the judges might be looking for in terms of our design. So I ended up designing a dress with a lovely bow design on the front using the contrast fabric. All the competitors throughout the competitions always get a contrast fabric that they can incorporate into the design however they choose to do, which the competitors today are also doing. And I felt pretty confident in my skills in order to get through each of those modules. It was a fairly tough challenge over the couple of days because it's spread out over 3 days rather than 1 day like the regional competition, and then that standard goes up even further when you get to the international competition where it's spread out over 4 days. So those kinds of things, pressure, environments, when you're being watched by an audience, when you're at these competitions, things like that sometimes can get to a competitor, but those are things that they test you through to try and push through and find out really like who has the best skills in terms of those kinds of opportunities, wouldn't you say so?
Absolutely, yeah, and I think it's really it's been a privilege for me to watch competitors go through that process of regional and then national and then international competition, precisely because the standards really change at each of those levels. So regionally, we're expecting a good standard, but most of the competitors are reasonably new in their training or perhaps only first year or second year students, and so the standard is okay, but it's a fairly simple project. And then the winners of that, the ones who have the highest skills in that space, have an opportunity to go to the nationals, but the nationals is a really different game. The competition is 3 days long. It's a much more complicated garment. The pattern making is much more complex, and the competitors will actually make the garment from their own patterns. So their pattern making has to be quite a high standard, otherwise they're going to have a problem producing that garment. At the regional competition, the pattern making is a separate project to the construction project, so if they make a mistake in their pattern, it doesn't affect the construction. But at the national competition, it's really important that the pattern making skills are good, because that's the pattern they're going to use to produce their garment, so any errors that they make in their pattern will of course show up in their garment as well. So the standard for the national competition is much higher, and it's really an important process for competitors who want to do well to spend a significant amount of time preparing for national competition with their local support people and trainers in their region, because they'll need to do a lot of training to have their skills improve, because the skills you need for a regional competition are not sufficient to bring to a national competition to get a good result. And then subsequently, the skills you might have at your national competition that can even bring you a gold medal at nationals are not sufficient to take to an international competition. If you are lucky enough to have an opportunity to progress to an international competition, there's an even heavier training schedule ahead of you as you develop your skills even further. So it's a 4-day competition, and the standard at the international competition is insanely high. So one of the great privileges, like I said, of having the opportunity to be a judge at the international competition is seeing the standard of work that is produced by young, skilled tradespeople in the fashion industry. So competitors are always 22 years or younger, and some of the work that they are capable of producing at the international competition is absolutely incredible. So I think when you see a standard like that, it's amazing and it's really inspiring to see. But when you are aiming for that standard and your skills are not there yet, there's a road ahead for training. But Courtney was definitely a dedicated and committed competitor who did all the training and was able to really raise her skills to a high standard, and then also develop her skills to cope with the pressure of the international competition as well.
Yeah, I agree with Donna. There was a very high standard, especially when I went to the internationals. It was a long training process, and I was very fortunate that I had Donna as a mentor at the time. We went through a lot of sessions, a lot of late night sessions, I must say, of sitting there over FaceTime, because Donna and I don't live close to each other. So we would sit there over FaceTime each night, and we would chat to each other. I'd hold up my phone and show her my different design sketches, or my drapes, or my different toiles that I'd made of different jacket designs that she wanted me to work on, and we'd try and nut out what different ideas were working, what ideas weren't really working, and try and change things so that they would meet the standards that the international judges were looking for. Because back when I was at nationals, that standard wasn't exactly the same. It was a little bit lower for the nationals. The international level is quite high in terms of standards, because you're comparing yourself to every other country around the world that competes internationally. National level, we're competing to Australian standards a lot of the time, and Australian standards are very high compared to the rest of the world, so they're still incredibly high as well. And I remember training with my TAFE teacher on weekends, some weeks after class as well. I'd stay later into the evening, and my head teacher and I would sit there and we would come up with ideas like, oh, this design might work for this dress, because we would get ballot options on design features as a part of the competition, and we wouldn't know going into the competition what ballot ideas we might get given, because it was picked at random. So we might get given pleats or gathers, and we weren't sure what would work for what exactly, so we would have to have different combinations of designs worked out for each option that would get picked. If something was symmetrical or non-symmetrical, we would have to be prepared for all of that. And so she would sit there and she would pull out different ballot options and test me, and I'd be given the time limit of the actual competition to work on a design that fits those particular ballots. And so that was all part of my training that I started working on between regionals and nationals. And then it got even more serious when I was going from nationals to internationals, where I would do the same thing as well, but I would do that for each of our different modules that we had, whether it was sketching or whether it was pattern making or sewing. I'd have to put all of them together, and testing all of those different things is what gave me so many different ideas, so that when I did get to that point at internationals, I was prepared for whatever was pulled out on the day. And it's definitely nerve-wracking in the lead up, just waiting for the ballot draw to happen, which the competitors here today had to wait for the ballot draw at the beginning of the competition to find out what they were going to be designing today. And it's that same thing that they get to go through if they make it all the way through to the international competition. So it's a great experience, very nerve-wracking at the start, but I think that it's always exciting, because every lot of competitors that come through at WorldSkills, they always end up designing something different, regardless if they get the similar ballot draw or a different ballot draw. They always come up with interesting ideas, and Donna can attest, not any year in a row have the competitors come up with the exact same designs. They're always different, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's maybe one of the things that's a little bit unique about fashion, is that nothing stays the same. So fashion is constantly changing, and fashion trends and styles are always coming and going. And so I think it's always interesting that it doesn't matter how many times you put criteria down that says we have to have this and this and this, go and design something with this criteria. There are endless options. There's literally limitless different designs that will come forward. So even though we might run a project similar to this in, national comps and at international competitions, you could run the competition 100 times and you'd never have the same dress design show up twice. So I think the fact that there's heaps and heaps of different scope for design and scope for interpretation of design as well, and the fact that the fabric has lots of different scope as well, means that we never do the same thing twice. So, well, in this space we don't. I think some parts of fashion, obviously in high volume production, there's repetition, but by and large, fashion is endlessly changing and always new.
So the competitors that we've got here today are, they were very excited when we were drawing out our ballot option and what they were going to get to design. And so we ended up picking out pleats as part of their design. They have to make sure that pleats are included somewhere within their garment design, within their sketch, and within their final sewn up project. They have to make it a natural waistline. The other option was empire waistline, but I think quite a few of the competitors were quite excited that they got a natural waistline. And what was the other option that we had?
The other ballot option was whether the design would be asymmetrical or symmetrical, which had quite a few competitors quite nervous, because a symmetrical cut is usually easier to produce because the pattern is left and right matching, and then when you're cutting the same pieces, whereas asymmetry would require different patterns for the left side and the right side, and that can make the layup and cutting a little bit more complicated. So when we did the ballot draw and symmetrical came out, there was a bit of a sigh of relief from most of the competitors, because they've got some ideas of what they're going to be doing before they come down to the competition. But of course, as Courtney said, we're waiting to hear what the ballot options are so that they can finalise their design.
Yeah, so I remember when I was at my national competition, I ended up with symmetrical as one of my ballot draws, and it was a big relief on that day when that was pulled out. Donna even gave me a look to say, "Are you happy with that?" And I'd just smile at her and be like, "Yep, yeah, I'm definitely happy with that design idea. So I had a lot more confidence in what I was going to be able to produce that day, because I knew that I'd be able to create a pattern faster because it was going to be symmetrical. I knew that laying up my fabric, I didn't have to worry about whether something was left or right-sided, and I knew that it was all going to be even. So in the end, it was easier for me in what I was going to produce. And what other design features did I have that day? I'm trying to remember.
I can't really remember what we had for the different ballot draws, but I think it's one of the things that's additional to your technical skills when you come to the national competition is definitely your ability to be adaptable and flexible and go with some of the things that might happen on the day that change. So I think one of the lovely things about WorldSkills is not just the increase in technical skill that a competitor will develop as they train and then do their national competition, but usually they'll come to realise that maybe soon after, or maybe a little while after their national competition, that they'll come to realise that they have other skills as well. So they realise they are better under pressure, they have got better time management skills, they're able to prioritise how they do their job, they're able to adapt to changes. If something goes wrong, they're able to just quickly pivot and find another way to find a solution to get to the outcome that they need. So I think even though we focus on technical skills and really getting those technical skills to a high standard, I think one of the inadvertent benefits that come from that process are all the other skills, the interpersonal skills and the resilience skills and the handling your nerves skills. All those things actually really help to develop the competitors' just capacity to be a good employer, be a good person, be a good, have skills that actually help them to do their job better and just function in their life a little bit better as well.
Yeah, I think problem solving is definitely one of those big ones that we really get ingrained in us when we're competitors for WorldSkills. It's the whole being able to pivot on the spot, as you were saying, when the ballot draws come out, realising that, no, it might not be the exact ballot draw that I'm happy with, but I can work on this, I can make it happen, I can just change my ideas. And it's that pressure environment that really produces some of the most skilled people that end up within the workforce for us, I must say.
Yeah, and I think competitors can really surprise themselves with how capable they really are. So there's a lot of nerves sometimes, but then as we get closer to the real rubber hitting the road of the competition, they really find that they can do it, that they can actually find a way around a problem, or they can actually solve whatever's hard in front of them. And by the end of the 3 days, I think there's an enormous sense of satisfaction for all of them.
Yeah, I think that by the end of these 3 days, these competitors will realise that they have really gotten through a tough challenge, and that they've come out with skills that, like you were saying before, they didn't realise that they had, and they will be quite proud of themselves, as I was proud of myself when I managed to get through the entire competition and not panic throughout the whole thing. So I think they'll quite enjoy it, and hopefully they will realise that they have skills that they never knew they had.
Yeah, we wish them the very best of luck.
Hi, my name is Sue Robinson. I'm the Chief Judge for the skill of visual merchandising, and I'm a teacher at RMIT in the visual merchandising, fashion styling and interior design programs. Visual merchandising has been around for a long time as a skill, and it's currently going through a revolution as a result of COVID and online shopping and the way we engage with products, merchandise and experiences. At WorldSkills, we're doing a 3-day competition where competitors need to respond to a brief, merchandise, come up with a concept, make props, paint, manufacture and then install. For the national competition this year, we were lucky enough to get Supre as our major sponsor. They have provided the merchandise and accessories and support for our 6 competitors from Victoria and WA to showcase the skill of visual merchandising. It's a great skill for people that like to do hands-on making and doing, as well as using computer skills, packages, social media, content creation. All of that is the future for visual merchandising. So to give you an overview of the 3-day competition for the visual merchandising competitors, on day 1 they had 6 hours to respond to the Supre brief. The Supre brief asked them to consider Y2K as the theme, and most of them weren't born then, which has been challenging for them. So at the end of day 1, they had concepts, mood boards, inspiration boards, they had research into the target market, and they packaged it all up for the judges to review. Day 2 saw them off the computers and out and about in the space using jigsaws, cutters, making props and painting for their 2 displays. And today it all comes together. In the morning they'll do their small display in a bay, and in the afternoon they'll do their second one using the 2 mannequins and all the merchandise that Supre has provided. So a career in visual merchandising, while traditionally you think of retail, today and the future it involves events, activations, experiences, spring racing marquees, large galas. It involves styling, both fashion styling, product styling, homeware styling. It involves a lot of content creation for your socials and your web pages and doing TikToks, etc. for brands. And it also involves, if you really like the hands-on quality of it, you can be set designer, prop maker, into the theatre, or other wonderful things making and doing. So pathways, if you wanted to pursue a career in visual merchandising, you could do a diploma of visual merchandising, which is generally 1 year, or you could do visual merchandising in an interior design or fashion design diploma as well.
This one yours, mate? Yeah. Maybe just, oh, sorry, you go first. Yep. No worries. That's it, mate. 1 second, 1 second. Just got to see your competition in the background too. And, okay, 1 second, 1 second. And, sorry. Good man. Thank you. Well done. Well done. Stand next to you, please. No. Good job, mate. Well done. Well done. Watching in the background.
morning, everyone. There will be a pressure test. So at 10 o'clock, if you want to make your way to the welding area, you will see a pressure test. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. There will be a pressure test. So at 10 o'clock, if you want to make your way to the welding area, you will see a pressure test. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Michael Blash. I'm a teacher and head of second in charge for the Department of Horticulture and Floristry, where I teach primarily landscaping. And for WorldSkills, I'm chief judge for the skill of landscape construction. So I've designed and prepped the competition for our national competition in Melbourne at the moment. So for the competition this year in Melbourne, we are doing a elongated garden. It's meant to simulate either a courtyard garden or a small backyard. And within our competition of landscape, we look at all trades. We are the jack of all trades. There'll be bricklaying, there'll be block laying, there will be timber work, crazy paving, which is involving natural stone. There'll be turf and irrigation, and also the plants, which the plants is what sets our trade apart from all the other trades. The competitors have to do this project over 3 days of 18 hours, and they're based on the accuracy and the creativity of the garden. The creativity for the garden is coming from their plant work. There are 2 feature trees to measure out and place precisely, and the rest of the plants are put at their, or planted at their own discretion of where they think that it's appropriate, so long as it's following the general design intent of the plan they've been given. The plants themselves, at the front of the garden, there'll be a bunch of ground covers, and so we're looking at plants no higher than 20 to 30 centimetres. Then we're coming up to a shrub garden, so we're looking at plants of half a metre to 1.5 metres tall. And then in the middle of the garden is a courtyard, and the courtyard will be surrounded by a hedge of 2 different types of plants, and so we're closing in that hedge, closing in the courtyard to make it give that sense of being closed in, secure, and providing a room for privacy within the garden itself. So so long as they're following that natural intent or the planned intent, they'll be good. They're given approximately 65 plants in total. They can choose to decide, they can choose to use all the plants or not all the plants. So if they have some left over, that's not a loss of marks. It is just how they interpret the plan and what they would like to see, how their garden would grow and develop. But what they need to display is a garden that is mature. So we really, for a display garden for this competition, we're looking for a garden which is simulating a mature garden already, so we're looking for cover of all the plants. So we don't want a lot of open space between the plants. We want something which is looking like it's grown together, been there for a while. So when they're putting their plants in, we are looking for their knowledge of plants, and they'll be marked on their plant selection, how they utilise the plants within the garden, how they sit with each other. We're also looking that they have an understanding of the plants, that the viewing point will be the front of the garden, and that the best face of the plant is facing towards the front, that they can understand the plant habit, which is the way it grows. And if we're getting a good face on the plant and we're getting good coverage of the plants, that's what they're going to be marked on as far as the plants go. And if they can show us a well looked after and well-planted garden, they'll be maximising their points as far as they can go. There is a certain amount of pruning they're allowed to do as well, but because of the competition, because of the number of plants, the pruning would be an absolute minimum. But at least it's showing some understanding again of the plants and how they perceive the plants, how they're going to grow, and showing that best face of the plants itself. For the rest of the garden, they'll be constructing timber. There's also a turf mound there, which I forgot to mention. There'll be a water feature as well. So we're looking for this garden, for landscape construction, we're looking at all the elements, the basic elements within a landscape. And for us as a landscapers, the basic elements for us are the plants, timber, paving, brickwork, and water features. And by combining all these elements together, we're coming up with a garden which is aesthetically pleasing, and that the people will want to come into the space, stay there and feel relaxed within it. And within that, for their marking for all the elements, we're looking at the good execution of the job, that everything is where it should be, that the things are lined up, that it's built to an industry standard, which will give us a longevity on the garden and within that space of many years. For a domestic garden, you're looking at least 15-year lifespan on your garden before you probably do a whole rebuild, and that's with appropriate maintenance and everything within that garden. As far as new technologies go, for landscaping, it's becoming a little bit more mechanised. There's more machines coming onto site doing the heavy digging or heavy lifting for us. We're looking at the plans now. We're coming in through computers and being drawn up in CADWorks or LandWorks or VectorWorks. There's a few different landscape design programs. So the paper on site is minimised and it's coming up either on the landscapers' computers or even their telephones, where they can access everything very quickly. And for the actual set out of the garden, or for the landscape, where the lasers are getting more sophisticated. We can do different angles with the lasers. We can measure out, obviously, to the millimetre where the things are going to be, how the garden's going to be set out. And that's also very much a marking criteria for the garden. That's the first marking criteria for our landscapers here, how well they can set out and how accurately they can set out the garden. So we're looking at something for the set out. We're looking at within 1 millimetre tolerance. If they're over 1 millimetre in tolerance or in error, they start losing marks. So even over our garden, which is 6.6 metres long by 3.6 metres wide, we want it to be within the millimetre. And so this is where the lasers certainly come in and help us. And we can pinpoint that, and depending on for us on the competition, we're looking at just a local laser. Each competitor will have their own laser level and their staff, and doing their own measurements. Within the industry, depending on the size of the garden or the size of the landscape we're doing, which can go from a small backyard up to a few acres, we can scale that up to larger scale laser levelling, and also we can actually type in measurements into machines, and within GPS they can then operate within a set program, and they're locked to what they can actually do on site, which makes it a lot easier to control and make sure we're getting our right levels and depths when we're creating our landscape and getting it base prepped. What's not so much a technology is there is a lot of technology coming around. Like I said, we are getting there slowly, but what is coming into the landscape a lot more is the variety of materials available to the landscape and what they can use. And also the plants themselves. The plants are being hybridised. There's new plants being developed every year and coming onto the market, and then there could be a slightly different colour in the flower or on the leaf, so that's always exciting for landscapers to use and for landscape architects. The different materials and different types, there's a lot of manufactured rock coming out, so we have a greater choice, not just natural stone but also some manufactured stone, which we can then make into very precise walls or floors or rock walls. A lot of laser cutting is coming into the products for privacy screens, whether it be in steel or in timber. And also a lot of steel is also coming in. Core 10 is a very popular material at the moment with that rusted steel look, and that can come into privacy screens, into garden beds or into garden edging as well, to give that precise look between the garden bed and a grass area, or a garden bed and some paving, or wherever it happens, wherever you want some clear definition within your landscape. The Core 10 steel is a very preferred material. So for the garden, we've touched on all the elements. The one thing that sets the landscape trade apart from the carpentry, the electrician or the plumbers or any of the other, what we'd call the traditional trades, is as landscapers we are doing everything. It's a very varied job. Every landscape is certainly different, and we are dealing with a whole variety of different materials and designs constantly. It can be a little bit expensive when you're setting up as a landscaper, but the opportunities are certainly many and varied. Generally, the landscape apprenticeship goes for 1 day a week over 3 years, which is 1 day a week at TAFE, and then the other 4 days with the employer. And that'll be over a 3 year period at TAFE, and then it's a 4 year apprenticeship. Within those three years at TAFE, you're learning your bricklaying, you're learning your stone masonry, you're doing establishing turf, you're doing a lot of plant work, because we are still very much a green-based trade. We do, as I like to say, we're dealing with nature. We're a living trade, we're dealing with living plants, and it's a very vibrant, very interactive trade, where things are happening all the time, and where we're interacting with our landscape, and it interacts back with us. We can make it very exciting, we can make it very peaceful, we can make it very expansive within our landscapes. To get involved in that is really very exciting, and we can travel the world with your landscape trade. We Australians are very much in demand just for our work ethic around the country. Around the world, sorry, and to pick up ideas from other countries and even within other parts of Australia, it is very eye-opening, very, very exciting. The thing with the landscape as well, with the materials, we have our base materials which we're using, which are our pavers, our bricks and our blocks and our rocks and things like that, but it also very much locally based. The landscapes are very much based on what you can source locally from wherever you happen to be doing your landscaping. So the variety can be very expansive, and it can also be very locally grown as well, with the manufactured products coming in from either around our country, from overseas. It opens up the palette of materials that we use as a landscaper, which once again makes that the day-to-day job prospects very exciting, because we are dealing with different things all the time and building different landscapes. And once you've done your TAFE certificate in landscape construction, it's a wide door open where you can follow a niche into any particular aspect of the landscape you want to do, which could be a price point, could be a particular material. You might prefer working with timber, or you might prefer working with stone, whatever it happens to be. It's a very much varied and very much open trade to whatever you like doing, whatever you prefer to do, whatever really excites you about a landscape, you can either concentrate on or make a specialty for yourself as well. Overseas, it's exactly the same thing. Internationally, we're known as landscape gardening, so there's a real emphasis put on the plants within the landscape overseas. So understanding the plants and understanding how they grow and what conditions they will grow best in is a real bonus within the landscape. We in Australia are very lucky. We have a lot of exotic plants that come from outside of Australia, but also then our native plants is very many and varied, and we can come up with a very unique landscape for just about every time we do a different landscape, whether it be at a backyard or a factory or someone's business premises or open parkland. We come up with a very unique design, and the plant palette as well is also very, very broad, and that can be in the colour of flowers, leaves, shapes, sizes, the whole gamut of different types of plants and how they grow and what their eventual outlook will be within the landscape and how they are used. The job opportunities open to a landscaper are many and varied as well. Once you've completed your Certificate 3 in landscape construction, you can stay within the trade if you're enjoying it. Hopefully you are, and become a landscaper and stay a landscaper, and continue building and designing and creating the gardens for as long as you want to. There's a lot of materials, lots of variety within the trade itself. However, if you decide to do something else but want to stay in the industry, there's also very many opportunities. With the landscape, we, like I have mentioned before, we're dealing with plants and paving and bricks, so we do touch on a lot of trades, but we don't. We open the door, we give you the beginning to what the trade is and how to do it, and hopefully we teach you what it should look like. So if you're building a brick wall, you should know the specifications within that brick wall and how it meets industry standards. Other opportunities for the landscaper would be, if you don't want to be on the tools all the time, is to become a project manager, where you're still doing the landscaping and you're just managing all the other trades. So you're the landscaper for the job, and all you're doing is managing all the other trades. They're coming on, doing their brickwork, they're doing their timber work, the paving, whatever it happens to be. But with your knowledge of the landscaping and the knowledge of all the other trades behind you, you know what the different elements should be to the specifications. You should know the industry standards, so you can keep a good, tight control on the landscape itself. That you're ending up with a landscape which is built to industry standards, which will have a long lifespan and will grow and develop into something which is a very nice matured garden. Other opportunities are, as I mentioned before, there's lots of niches within landscape. So you might prefer to concentrate just on the timber work, and you could just do decks and pergolas for the rest of your life. You could do brickwork, if you like the brickwork within the landscape, and really concentrate on that. There's a lot of stone masonry, and there's lots of different stones available, whether it be natural or manufactured stone. There are lots of retaining walls and lots of product within there. So the variety within the jobs is very great. You could also, with your knowledge of all the plant materials, or with all the materials within the landscape industry, there's also jobs within companies of being a sales manager or sales rep for various companies where they're selling materials or even tools, because the number of tools we deal with is very, very varied. We're going across all the trades for all the tools, so we're equipping ourselves to do 5, 6, 7 trades on one landscape. So we get a good idea of what tools we are going to work best on the job site. So that sets us up really well for becoming a sales rep or sales manager for various companies. We're dealing with all the materials. So again, sales rep or sales manager for a materials company, whether it's going to be a stone company, whether it's going to be bricks or timber, whatever it happens to be. If you really enjoy the plant life, there's also opportunities within the landscape where you might decide to grow the plants yourself. And then you can have your own nursery, grow your own plants, and actually push the plants within your own nursery or within your own landscapes, but also then sell on to other landscapers. There is a general trend within landscapers that they prefer just to do the hardscaping, that they want to do the construction stuff. And there's a lot of landscapers out there who don't want to deal with the plants. There's a huge opportunity there for someone, if they really enjoy the plants, to have their own little nursery and to be selling on to other landscapers and supplying and even planting them for the landscapers who don't really want to do the plants themselves. Once again, that's a very huge, varied and broad aspect of the landscape trade that could be opened up. A lot of nurseries out there, but once again, if you find your niche within plants, there's always plants needed for a landscape garden, and it is open to make more money from, really. I also touched on the fact that once you become a landscaper, there's possibilities of going overseas. The traditional countries within Europe, America, big landscape opportunities over there. Going overseas as well, if you want to go that way, is when our plant knowledge comes to the front. We learn another language as we're doing our landscaping, as we're doing our horticulture, which is the Latin. All our plants, they have their botanical names, and whichever country we go and work in, if you know the botanical name of the plant, you can work in any country because they don't have exactly the same plant names worldwide. So moving into another country with plant knowledge is really easy for the landscaper. There's different plant or different materials involved as well, as I mentioned before. Very much a local market when we're doing a landscape. You're using things which are local because it's going to then be a price point thing. It'll be a little bit cheaper if you can source materials locally. But the plants themselves will always be the plants. We talk about the technology changes within any trade. The technological changes as far as plants go, they've been here for millions of years. They're going to be here for a few more million years. They're changing very slowly. We're dealing with the plants all the time. The only difference is the hybridisation. And if you start your own nursery, you might want to go into plant growing and create some of your own plants as well. And it could be a common plant, but it might have a different colour flower. You might end up taking a large plant and being able to manipulate it to grow smaller or larger. So there's lots of different opportunities within that as well. For myself as a landscaper and as a gardener, I've travelled through England working. I've travelled and lived through Denmark and worked. The opportunities that presented me were many and varied. It opened me up to totally different cultures and how things are done in different countries as well. We have a particular way of doing things in Australia. Going to other countries, you're able to see different materials being used, but you're also able to see different ways of actually doing things. Going to different countries will give you different views of looking at things and how things are done. Each country has a particular way of doing things, and that broadens your own knowledge base then of how things can be tackled from. And as a landscaper as well, we need to problem solve. Most of the time we're working from plans, and the landscape architect comes with their plans, and we have to translate that paper drawing onto the ground. A lot of the time there's things below the ground which can't be seen, haven't been envisaged. As a landscaper, we need to be able to problem solve. We need to be able to think on our feet, think quickly, think cheaply as well. Need to make variations to the plan because of what's happening underneath the ground, which couldn't be seen or couldn't be found until we've uncovered them. We need to be able to have, for the client's sake, a cheap as possible solution, but with still making our landscape resilient and giving it the longevity that it should have. So we need to be critical thinkers. We need to be able to think quickly on our feet and know a variety of responses and solutions that can be presented to a client to solve any problems. And by working overseas, by having other perspectives of seeing things, by learning other perspectives from going to other cultures, other countries, it certainly broadens your mind and how you look at a landscape and what can be done to come up with a very pleasing, very satisfactory landscape which everyone can enjoy for years to come. So that's landscape gardening in a nutshell. Love to see you down here if you can get a chance to come down to the convention centre and see us. We've got the teams competing, and it'd be great to see you down there and for you to see our landscapes. And despite all our teams operating from one plan, the way they interpret that plan, especially with the plants themselves, gives a real difference and a different feel to the garden. So come down and have a look, and hopefully this will be the trade that will get you very excited and want to see you at TAFE and expand your horizons outside within a landscape, either locally or internationally.
My name is Josh Boone and I am a judge for cabinet making. I've been with the WorldSkills for a good number of years now, going through regional and national competitions all the way up to the international competition in 2019 at Kazan in Russia, which is an amazing experience. And now I like to return the favour to the new competitors that are coming through the competition to lend my expertise and help train and guide them through the competition to hopefully represent Australia themselves in the world stage, so that way we can show the world just how amazing we are in what we do. The competition itself will be over 3 days and the competitors will be building a bedside table. We saw a lovely American walnut and American white oak for the project, which should make for a very nice looking project at the end of the competition. We're focusing on speed, but more so attention to detail and a lot of hand work that is sort of not done on the day-to-day in cabinet making anymore. It's a bit more of a niche part to the skill and the trade, but it is still very alive and very true, and is a great skill for the competitors to learn, especially when they go back to their workplace, because there's all transferable skills, hand-cut dovetails that you don't see very often in the trade anymore, but the attention to detail and the skills that go into those are transferable to so many parts of your trade, as well as the attention to detail through the entire project, and also the speed aspect to it. Working to a very tight schedule helps build up your speed in, again, other aspects of your trade, which from an employer point of view is always great. Having quick, accurate, resourceful workers. This year we have some lovely machinery that the competitors get to use, which is great. Thank you to our sponsors for that, because without them we wouldn't have much of a competition. But luckily we have some big brands coming to the table, and it makes for a great competition and a great show for the competitors and the audience. In terms of technology, we're moving up in the world. Digital machinery, digital settings, digital gauges, everything makes our industry, makes things quicker and easier and more accurate, means we can provide a better product. Our industry, it's unique. Depending on where you go, you might be building white boxes, installing kitchen cabinets or shop fit-outs, or more of what we're doing in the competition, solid timber furniture, which again has become a bit more of a niche market in Australia, but where it's still being done, it's being done very well. And I'm glad to say that here at the competition, they are doing an amazing job over these 3 days of completing these projects. If you're looking for an apprenticeship in cabinet making, the best place to start if you're still in high school is you talk to your pathways teachers, or if you're out of high school, I mean, the best thing to do is just look up workplaces, see what they do. Then if you like the pictures or the information you find about a particular workplace, just send an application or express your interest. Or approach TAFE, because TAFE teachers are always on par with the industry, so we know who's looking for what and what sort of workplace would suit what you're looking to do. I've been a cabinet maker for over 10 years now. I now teach at TAFE down in Tasmania. So the looking for apprentices and workplaces looking for apprentices and apprenticeships, it's never been busier, so it's a great time to get into the trade. We constantly have people looking for apprenticeships, looking for employees. It's a very good time to pick up a trade that is very hands-on, and you can go as far as you like in the trade, be it on the tools or off the tools, and designing and CNC and CAD drafting. So many opportunities. It's a great time to be in the trade.
I couldn't remember. I thought
Hi, I'm Jaden Jennings here, judge for WorldSkills Nationals in bricklaying this year. So I'm a past skillaroo as well, travelled to Austria last year in 2022, competed over there in bricklaying as well. Yeah, it was a great experience to represent my country. I'm forever grateful for what WorldSkills have put on and done for me in my trade and skill. I never thought that I'd be laying bricks in a different country, let alone travelling the world and meeting the people that I've met and seeing the places that I've seen. That's all thanks to the WorldSkills and the hard work that those guys put in. I've learned a lot over the last 24 months being involved with WorldSkills. Confidence is a big one that I've learnt as a tradesperson and a human being. I've done a lot of growing up in the last 24 months of my life, which is always a good thing. I learned a lot of self-drive as well. It was great to prove to myself and my family and everyone else that I was motivated and self-driven to achieve the goals and stuff like that with what I had. So that was a great tick in that box. Perseverance and resilience speaks for itself. When you're in this game, you got to be very resilient. No 2 days alike, and it never pans out the way that you want it to. So to have that resilience, I needed to back up the next day, day in, day out. Was really good. Yeah, so very grateful to be able to prove myself on the big stage overseas. Most notably, outside of WorldSkills now, my goals and how my career is changing. I'm studying to be a TAFE teacher now. That's a great pathway moving forward. I love teaching the next generation of brickies. It's a real passion of mine to see the next generation come through and hopefully by me striving for excellence in the trade, it'll hopefully filter down and help the young brickies come through. If I had to pick someone that has really helped me through this journey and it has been there right from the start, he's probably been the most important person in this whole period and what I've done. He would hate me for mentioning his name, but Glenn Kilpatrick from Aubrey TAFE. He's an absolute legend of the trade. I've got everything to thank for that man. He's done a lot for me. He's been a great mentor, great leader, and a great human being in my life. He saw the potential in me from an early stage, and he gave me every tool and everything I needed to achieve what I have now. So I have a lot to thank to Glenn. I get to benefit from both of our hard work. He just got to see it at the start. I hope he gets to see it in the end too. I could never encourage enough for the next line of people coming through the WorldSkills systems. I never thought that I'd travel overseas. It was never on my bucket list or anything like that. So to find myself overseas, wearing the Australian colours, doing the trade that I love most, it's a great achievement, and I think that moving forward, like all the young brickies and tradespeople coming through, it's such a good opportunity, and I can't encourage it enough to come through and give it a go. You got nothing to lose, and you'll only go to places, see people and meet people that you never thought you would. As for judging, I think that's just a pathway that just come about with being through the whole system. They try to blood through some new judges as the organisation gets bigger and better. So I was all for it. I took that opportunity and ran with it. As I said before, I'm forever grateful to WorldSkills and what they've done. So it's just my chance to give back to what they've done for me, and strive for excellence in the fields that we love most. Thank you.
And they'll finish their final project tomorrow. So if you're here tomorrow, we've got some nice coloured bricks kindly donated by Austral, and come back down and have a look. I'll get you guys to get behind them as well. So to the crowd, 5 minutes in, give them a round of applause and give them a bit of a cheer. Thank you. Sponsored by Brick and Block Careers. Again, they've got 2 stalls here, so please make your way across after the speed test. Say good day to the staff, have a chat with them. We're in a... Hello everyone, in a couple of minutes we'll have our bricklayers doing their bricklaying speed test of the competition. Like I said before, 8 of our finalists, they're competing yesterday, today and tomorrow, so if you're back here tomorrow, make sure you come down and give them a round of applause for their efforts as well. Thank you. So we're going to count in soon from 10 to start. So what I want to do is get the crowd behind us as
My name's David Corrigan and I'm the Chief Judge for Joinery for WorldSkills Australia. Outside of WorldSkills Australia, I'm a production supervisor at a joinery shop. So I supervise about 30 employees who make windows and doors, and my role consists of quality control and production efficiency. So I just watch over everyone, as well as participating in production here and there when I get a chance. The competition is a joinery competition, so we are making a sash window, which is comprised of a few angles and curved rails intersecting, and a basic sash window. You would see this type of window in a sort of up-level joinery project. So what we're looking for in this competition is time efficiency, planning, and also obviously the skill of making the joints to complete this type of frame, which is tidiness, accuracy, and overall finish quality of the frame. So this competition, we have some complex curves, which is slightly unique to last time. So it is a traditional technique for joinery, and we don't really use modern machines because it is a very traditional trade. So the way to end up in the joinery industry is you could start at the high school level, say woodwork in high school, and if you do enjoy that after high school, even if you leave high school early, you can start an apprenticeship in the joinery trade apprenticeship. So joinery covers timber windows and doors, staircases, kitchens, wardrobes, vanities, and mainly when you start an apprenticeship, you would probably end up in a training college for your Certificate 3, which is where I sort of got involved mainly with the WorldSkills joinery. And then from there, you can end up in different job opportunities like fitting, shop fit outs, construction fitting, different areas like that. Once you've finished your apprenticeship or traineeship in your Certificate 3, you can possibly move on to a Certificate 4 in the trade, which allows different opportunities, which would probably involve teaching. So a lot of teachers do have the Certificate 4, which is just another level of the trade certificate, which opens up quite a lot of opportunities in the teaching areas, as well as it does provide an extra step on your resume, which could also get you into leadership roles a bit sooner. So that always helps if you want to climb up the tradesman ladder sooner rather than later. Every tradesman's a little bit different, so I prefer making stuff with hand tools or machines. Other people do prefer the planning and drawing aspect of our trade, which involves CAD drawing, so you can design an entire project in CAD rather than, say, drawing it on a piece of paper how they used to do it. So there is sort of a technology aspect of this trade, depending on if you want to stay on the tools or move into the administration side of things, planning. So there is a broad range of skills involved in joinery, but it just depends on your personal preference if you prefer to be making the projects or planning the projects.
they could take a high-rise building and put out 98% of the roof. Which is great for an Australian company.
Yeah, although with office space, I've played all my life, and then I started making them probably a decade ago by hand. And
where did you learn? Was it self-taught?
No, I first worked with a guy by the name of REFRIGERATION down in Mornington, who's been building classical guitars for all across Europe for decades.
Pardon me asking something.
No, that's right. And then I went. It's a journey at the moment for me, just trying to get my head around fusion and and you know, obviously you can go and buy plans online and just throw them into the software and then generate the G code, but that's no fun. I want to know how to actually change the plans and develop the plans. And it's a whole different ball game.
So you said get around fusion.
Yeah.
Hard or something?
I do, but not on here. Back in my bag.
So at some stage over a couple of days, you can give me a card. There's a fellow he's an engineer in Python.
Yep.
And he's just done the same thing, gone through the problem of working out how to get his head around using 360. And he's found someone that he believes, we posted yesterday, that he believes within a couple of days he's really had his head around.
But Vectric, unfortunately, it's just the resolution is not quite high enough for what I want to do. And it seems like there's a lot more people working on fusion to a high
In famous defending the kitchen bathroom back panels, a lot of the machines lately seem to be
My name's Liam Cochrane. I'm the Deputy Chief Judge of Wall and Floor Tiling here at WorldSkills Melbourne. The competition of wall and floor tiling is going well up to day 2. We have 5 competitors that are apprentices. We've got one from ACT, one from Western Australia, 2 from Western Australia, one from Victoria and one from Queensland. This year we've also got VETIS schools in wall and floor tiling, which is a first. We have 3 students from New South Wales and 2 from Western Australia. So hopefully we can continue this as a pathway from vets to the apprentices in wall and floor tiling. What the judges are looking for in wall and floor tiling are even joint consistency, tiles being level and plumb. We're looking for joint alignment, and we are looking for a nice clean project and a well presented professional project overall. Interesting points that we've got in this competition this year, as we're based in Melbourne, Victoria. We have the tram, which is a first, and that's come up really well. That was cut out on day 1 and has been stuck on the wall for the judges to mark at the end of day 2. This has also been grouted so that marking takes place tonight. We've also got the Flinders Street Station, which will be on wall B. It's been cut out on day 2 and it will be stuck on the wall tomorrow for the final day. We've also got a 3D component which will be on the floor, which is a big V for the Victorian, like the Victorian footy jumper, and the students will have to make sure that that's nice and level and well presented. We have sustainability initiatives such as our recycling water. In the wall and floor tiling industry, water is used a lot, and we've been recycling this water wherever we can. We've also been recycling cardboard boxes, and we have been separating the building waste from the cardboard waste. And also this year our sponsors Sika have provided the students with a fantastic new product which is 100% silica free with the adhesive that we have. Our industry, wall and floor tiling, it's a finishing trade. It can be done in the commercial sector of the construction industry as well as housing. We are more of an indoor trade, so weather doesn't affect the trade, and it's a trade where the students and wall and floor tilers have to be very particular, very neat, clean, so that when you walk out of the completed shower or bathroom, the client can just start using it. An apprenticeship in wall and floor tiling, you can either do a VET in schools program, so while you're at school you could complete a certificate 2 and move into wall and floor tiling that way, so you're knocking out your pre-apprenticeship before you finish school, which is a great way to go. The employers love that the apprentices, the students have got knowledge and they're ready to start the career. It's a 3-year apprenticeship, formally, and it's a formal trade, and do formal training at a TAFE campus, which is done in Western Australia, New South Wales, South Australia, Victoria, Queensland. It's a 3-year apprenticeship, and when you finish, you come out with a certificate 3 in wall and floor tiling. The way that you get an apprenticeship is you can either, sometimes work experience is a great way to get an apprenticeship, other times you can go through, job agencies, employers might be putting their ads out there. Currently in Australia, the wall and floor tiling industry is in need of new apprentices, and employers are looking all the time as we have a skills shortage here. Wall and floor tiling is just the beginning of a pathway in the construction industry. A lot of people might finish their trade and decide to move on to things like supervising. They might move into other construction areas, and it's literally just a pathway to get you, to other areas if ever you wanted to do. But all in all, wall and floor tiling is a fantastic trade for both men and women, and it really has set a lot of people up on the right pathway, and it's very enjoyable.
That looks like, it just looks like floating in air, but no. According to look like shit, no, you don't do it. don't know what it is, but yeah.
should I make a special one for you? No. Oh, you got a survey to do. I'll wait till Richard. Personally, alright. I'll make... Everything, Mark. There might be enough here, one of them.
At the close of day one, the retail butchery competitors will be doing a knife sharpening skills test, honing in on the skills that are required to sharpen a blade suitable for breaking, slicing, trimming, and making sure that you get maximum yield from your product. So each competitor will be sharpening a blade which they have been using throughout the day. They cannot submit a new knife for the testing. It must be a knife that's been used throughout the competition to date. In that process, each competitor will be working on a silicon carbide stone and sharpening their blade with the correct bevel edge, ensuring that it's going to be equal sharp on both sides, and particularly from the heel to the tip of the blade. Once they're sharpened and ready to be assessed, we'll put them through a digital knife analyzer, which will give us an accurate description of how that knife is from the tip to the heel, and the winner of that will be recognised with a Victorinox knife as a prize. On day two, our competitors will be, after they finish their lamb products, they'll be going on to a 4/4 of beef break-up skills challenge. In this challenge, each competitor will be given a 4/4 of beef with set break-up procedures. So one, understanding where the cutting lines are, but two, doing it efficiently so we ensure that we're going to maximise the yield, but also to demonstrate that we can follow instructions. The break-up can be very challenging, particularly with the size of the carcass, the weight of the carcass, and your tools of trade, depending on how sharp your tools are and your accuracy to removing bones and finding those correct cutting lines. This skills challenge is vital when it comes to maximising the yield for the customer, but also for the retail business. Incorrect cutting lines can cost businesses a lot of money, and this is why this has been incorporated into this competition. The demonstration that you're going to see is something that is quite a spectacle. Seeing these 6 young competitors from around Australia demonstrate their knife skills and also their strength, but most importantly technique. So this will be a very, very interesting skills challenge. On day 3, we will be processing the rest of that beef that those competitors worked on, and their competition is going to finish with a sausage speed test, demonstrating their natural ability to producing and linking sausages, not only being judged on time, but also being judged on their weight and their length and their speed. So it's going to be very, very exciting, and we're aiming to get under a minute for the top mark in this aspect. So very exciting. On day 2, Meat and Livestock Australia has supported the 4/4 breakup and have a beautiful Butchers Guild knife wrap, which is a beautiful leather knife wrap, included with a set of knives for the winner. And day 3, Devro Sausage Skins have supplied a prize for day 3 for the fastest sausage maker. Tasmania, we have Jess Buck. Jess was very successful yesterday in the Break the Beef Challenge, winning the 4-quarter breakup, beating 5 other fine young gentlemen here. So, massive round of applause for Jess. She won a beautiful leather.
Yeah, why not? Yep.
Jess, come on.
Yeah, let's make some noise.
Come on, Jess. You can do it. Where's the present?
This type of skin I can't wear beforehand. It goes on dry. Solid dry. That's the product. Yeah, from under the high power, they spread the corium layer off. It goes through a process, homogenised, and then formed into perfect slugs. So filled out correctly, one slug should hold 5 kilos. Fresh much better. Yeah. Wow. Lovely. Going well, Jess. Keep it up. Keep it up.
Jess, come on, Jess. You're not the only one here. Come on, guys, make some noise. That's better.
No stress there, was it?
You can relax now,
For Victoria, Mr. Cody Bresser.
Go, Cody.
Maybe hometown advantage, maybe? I agree.
Pressure's on.
Okay, so same drill Cody. Fill it up, prime it. Take it into the house, there's no there. Fill it out one slug for practice. And when you go to do the next one, you're not allowed to touch it until the form goes off. Okay, so we get 3 out of 3. Then when it's your one, you grab the skin, put it on, fill it out as fast as you can, and wet it, then after a second, and then and away you go. Great sausages, those ones.
That's it. Well said. Go, Cody. Look at him go. Come on, Cody. Yeah, it's good.
I think he's done this before.
I think so. You can do it with your eyes closed.
Can you do it on one leg, mate?
I could try no legs, but I'm on four legs.
You got to be a great butcher this one. Cheeky as mate. Wow, good practice run. Down the business end, as soon as the cooter goes up, once she goes. Now, just give this a dry first, because you can't have that wet. Okay? Alright, timer ready, Ray?
Okay, all ready.
Andrew? Alright, on your marks, get set. Let's go, Cody. Representing Victoria. Good noise!
Victoria.
Look at him go.
Those hands
Look
go.
at this sausage sizzle go. Woo! Yeah, I know. Well done, Cody. Enough. Oh, breathe now, Cody, breathe.
Well done. Excellent. Okay. Next, who we've got? This time is our famous other butcher representing Queensland. Preston. Preston Murray. Okay, what are we going to lower this down? Lower that down, you're going to fill your meat in there. You're going to fill up the top, swing the lid back, prime it first, going up with fat-free snacks with air. And then we're going to put some one slug on, do a practice run, and then blink that one, and then you go. And then we're going to put, when the horn goes off, you're going to pick up one of these, put it on, fill it out, blink it, pass it in. Alright, easy enough. Alright, load the machine up. marks, get set.
Go, Preston!
Let's go Queensland. A bit of noise for Queensland.
Come on, Queensland! Go, Queensland! Is there anyone in the house? Should get paid for it.
Oh, Preston, nearly there, mate. Come on, let's go.
Come on, everyone!
Left hand.
You can do it!
What do they say up your way, mate? Queenslander.
Queenslander.
That's it.
Just felt wrong. Okay, next we have, last but not least, representing New South Wales.
Come on,
Nicholas
Nico.
Copolitas.
Yeah, Nico. Come on, Nico.
Pressure's on!
There you go, mate. Feed the machine.
Make New South Wales proud, come on! And the family. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, so Nick, once it's up, the machine as we did before, have a test run, and then we'll just draw it off a lot, and then we'll start again.
Come on, Nick!
Safe, Nick, come on. Cody's got one hand on the trophy so far. One hand.
Come on, Nick, pressure's on! Come on! New South Wales!
On your marks, get set.
Come on, Nick! Nico! Come on!
That's all.
Well done.
Well done, New South Wales.
Well done.
All butchers, come and stand the line.
Well done, guys. Stand
Come along
down.
here, guys, front and centre.
Come on.
Up here, please, guys. Stand tall and proud. Spread along, spread along. Keep moving along, moving along. Okay, first of all, congratulations, all of you. Fantastic. Now, unfortunately, there can only be one prize winner for this beautiful gift sponsored by Deborah Casings. Very grateful for their sponsorship of this category. But, you know, amazing 17 seconds before the next competitor. Well done, Representative Cody Bresser.
Ben.
Great effort.
Ben.
Excellent.